All right, there we go. Now we're launched up to YouTube. All right, so the thing that we're working on is, yes, when I do this drag event, we're getting a really wonky value. Excuse me. Ah, there you go. Yeah, so by the time I'm cooking in about, I want to say 3 or 4 hours, it's going to be a little late for you. Um, I'll see if I can like record it for you. That'd be kind of cool. And yeah, Todd, yeah, we'll talk tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to be there for like the entire week, Todd, so we'll have plenty of time. And if not, there's always next time. I fly down there like once a quarter. I didn't during the summer quarter because no, they can't make me. All right, so we see that, but when I let it go, right, our delta values here end up being the problem. That's not a bad idea there, Steel Toad. Yeah, yeah, sounds terrible. But yeah, this is our issue, right? As we're doing our drag, there's that delta value, but then when we let go, we get an event that gives us this negative 901, and that negative 901 makes it to where we can't drag anything anymore because we're getting a start width value of negative 45,000. Which is just crazy. So, yeah, I typically don't roll my own drag and drop. I like to use a library for it. I decided, why not here? Maybe we just switch to a library. Right, for the sake of time. But I think it would be good practice to make this work anyway. So yeah, right, we did the drag. It gets to a 0. Berea. Goat, beef, or lamb? Okay. I'm guessing you do either the goat or lamb? All right, so we do that. We get that negative 800 value. We see start with there. If I try and drag it lower, it doesn't work, and oh my god. Yeah, those negative values really, really start to mess with us. Now, where does it jump up to the negative thousands? You've never had any goat meat? Yeah, I guess maybe, I don't know. Maybe I haven't either. I know it's pretty common on Euros. Okay, so here's one thing. The way I'm setting the snippet width is wrong. Yep, that's a big part of it. So instead of just snippet width, we're going to need a start drag snippet width. Yeah, no worries, Todd. Yep, see you tomorrow. All right, so when we start dragging, the stream quality on Twitter is surprisingly good. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't actually like checked it out yet. And yeah, how's it going, Luna? What you up to? And oh, hold on, I got two comments. So, Twofuls, you had the interview today, which you mentioned last stream, and you were handed an employment contract before you left. Love to see it. Golf clap, man. Hell yeah. So yeah, Luna, got a week off, so you're working on a Twitter scheduling app thingy. Trying to set up a nice workflow to go from Midjourney to Twitter. Well, that sounds fun. Interesting. Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, I've used Buffer for like scheduling a bunch of different platforms at once. But yeah, it sounds like yours is more focused on just like recurring content kind of stuff. Oh, all right. Let me clear this. Okay, so we still get like the majorly negative value when we let go. And yeah, this is actually wrong. Setting that back to snippet width is actually better because it sticks with it. Uh, no, not at all. Sissy Allen. I'll just say Alan. How you doing, Alan? Right. So this actually maps to like the width that we're expecting. Right. Doesn't update as quick as we want because console log is actually not that performant. And hey, Luna, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, have you been streaming lately? Well, you're sub now. Yep. Yeah, you're sub now. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks for that sub. Yeah, orbital ball. Yeah, so I think the drag snippet width or start drag snippet width value is actually wrong. We don't want to do that. So the drag event fires when the element drags back to where it was. How do we prevent that? Like the bad drag event we're getting. Was that it? Was that, like, is it really that simple? I wonder if that ends up just fixing everything. Yep. All right, so that fixed it. So the drag over event is what I was thinking. I thought drag over was a different thing. And L Gapster, thank you for the follow. Okay, so I think we're pretty close there then. Wish hot module reloading worked better. That's something Solid Start could definitely use. And maybe it's something I'm breaking. Oh yeah, that's way more performant now. You've been enjoying my stream. You're thinking of ways in which you can make your presence known. Ways and where, but I substituted the which. Besides streaming, what other ways have you noticed success in getting your voice out there? Um, Twitter? I would say blogging, but you gotta like be really proactive about where you promote your blog posts, like Hacker News, Hashnode, etc. Um, Speaking at conferences can help. I'd say YouTube and like streaming are some of the best ways. There's definitely people like Jack Forge who got big just from tweeting. Dude, 231,000 followers. I think he had a benefit from getting pretty well known before Elon bought and butchered it. I don't remember him having that many followers though. So yeah, like he's just killing it. He joined in 2020, so he hasn't even been doing it that long. But yeah, like he doesn't stream, you know? He's just mainly like a Twitter persona. He has streamed some gaming before, which was cool. But if you consider the Primogen did it through YouTube. Theo did it through YouTube. Yeah, there you go, Luna. Yep. Yeah, what are you sitting at for numbers now? If you don't mind me looking. It's the same name you have, so it's not like it's private, right? Yeah, so 5K. Yep, pretty solid. Your tweets though do numbers though. In a lot of cases. From what I've seen at least. Like I've never gotten a paycheck from Twitter before. Million views a week. Wow. Yeah. Right? So that goes to show you that you don't need like the biggest following. How much do you tweet though? Hold on. Like, million views a week is insane, actually. Okay. So your Tumblr had a million. Okay. So Tumblr was a big way to do that, right? I think that makes sense. Where does it show? Yeah, so you post quite a bit. Twitter likes to see that. If I look at my profile, I got a lot of catching up to do. Wow. I got a lot of catching up to do. I was wondering if like the amount of people you're following matters, but looks like you're killing it. Like you're killing it despite like having similar like ratio here. So that ratio doesn't matter nearly as much. Yeah, these days I'm lucky if I break 1,000 views on a tweet. You know, I get plenty that are just around like the 400. The that was a reply, so that doesn't count. 1K. My retweet. Oh no, that was his thing, so I'm seeing that. Yeah, I mean 40K would be huge. Yeah, yeah, 500, 700, 700. So yeah, I really don't get that many views. I wonder if it's because a lot of the people that follow me might not actually be on Twitter as active people anymore, so the algorithm kind of sees that. I don't know. I have no idea. Could just be that it's not good content, which makes sense. Still kind of new to the tweeting thing. I can understand that. Oh, there you go. Damn, 40,000 tweets since January this year? Wow. Oh, Luna, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Ooh, yeah, let's hear some of these. Let me get more music going too. Yeah, thank you. Mm. Yeah, yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the lurk. All right, so I may have to just rework this to use mouse down and mouse up. That might be the only move. Oh, so the important doesn't even work there? Fun. Okay, so yeah, I guess because style always overrides important anyway. So I don't necessarily care about this being used on mobile, but actually I think I still want it to work on tablet, right? Let's fiddle with this a bit. So on mouse down, on mouse up, on mouse move. And I know that there are edge cases to this that a library would normally solve. Oh, hold on. Don't remember what the edge cases are besides tablet, like mobile stuff, right? Like the touch events versus mouse events. And yeah, so that's the edge case there. So almost need to do the mouse move on like the entire page. And I think I'm gonna need to make the mouse up event also. Oh God. Oh God. All right, so that's way off. This isn't React. And you just saw me doing it, right? I'm using mouse down, mouse move on the element. But the reason that I can't do that is because mouse up here, or technically the mouse move that we had, was only for this element. So that event only fires when the mouse moves over that element, which means if you drag off of it before it catches up, the event doesn't fire. So we have to set it on the whole page, but then the offset is no good. I think I want movement X. But it also means I need to handle the mouse up at the global level as well. All right, so we see that. Oh, that worked. Ah, there it is. So yeah, right? I have done the mouse up, but because mouse up is attached to that one specific element, it doesn't actually fire if I'm no longer hovering that element. If I click again, it works. So then I need the mouse up event to do it too. I'm not sure I needed the mouse down e.prevent default though. Oh no, it's fine falling. No, you're good. Like honestly, React has a very similar like set of events. Just like on click, right? All right, that works for me. Ooh, so hold on though. All right, we'll do select none on that. There we go. So now we're not getting that text selected. And what's up, Play? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so now we can improve the styling of that. What do we want to do here? So we've got BG Blue 500. Wait, which one of these do I want? I just want to do like the right side edge. Rounded ES and rounded EE? Yeah, what did the rounded S's do? Rounded R looks like it should work. Okay. Perfect. Okay. And then all right, we'll do 10px for that. The background will be hover BG, let's say slate 400. What's up, Pampo? How you doing? Oh, I messed that up. So I wanted that 10. I want this to be minus 15 or so. And then, yeah, transition. Or I could transition opacity too. I think transition opacity is nicer because it's one prop. So then we can do BG slate, opacity 0, and then hover We'll say opacity 80. And hey, what's up, SBYT? S-Byte? How you doing over on YouTube? And yeah, Moshiko, have a good night. Yeah, I'll try and record the cooking of the tacos if I cook the tacos tonight. I probably will. Ooh, I'm gonna need to thaw that chicken here in a second. Oh, and S-Byte. That's I Play Games. Yeah, how you doing? What you up to? Yeah, we'll see. All right, so the width of this thing. All right, and then I'll fine tune those values using the inspector. Okay, so we'll make that 16. And I kind of like the opacity maybe a little lower. Let's try 60. Yeah, exactly, S-Byte. Yeah, I think that's actually kind of nice. You can put on whatever music you want. So, gives you the option. And Pampo, if you have a question, go for it. Where can you find projects to practice on? I mean, it's best to come up with like project ideas of your own, like things that you want to make. So start keeping a list of ideas that you have, Pampo. The key is, whenever you have an idea, you put it in the list, whether you think you can do it right now or not. Right? So complicated stuff can go in there, and then later you can go look at the list and sort and filter things. You know, the typical, like, easiest thing to start with is a to-do list. Maybe a shopping list would work. You know, start thinking about some of those things. To-do list is nice because you can do it just all client side without needing a back end. But eventually you might want to do a back end. And where did I choose why did I choose the name Lithium? So basically there's a tool that exists called Carbon that is about doing like, you know, oh, hold on. Let me go back just to like the homepage. So Carbon is kind of the inspiration for what I'm building. Carbon is a way of like socially sharing code snippets. Right, so you'll do this, then you would export it to an image, and then you could paste that to Twitter, right? There's another tool, ray.so. But basically the name Carbon, which makes sense because they were doing it like carbon copy, so it's a copy kind of thing. I wanted to do it for diffs, and we just went and looked at the periodic table of elements and tried to come up with a name that wasn't taken on Netlify. Hence, lithium. Yeah, I just looked at the periodic table. And we could always change it too. It's not set in stone. So we could pick a different element. I still kind of want to stick with an element, but We could also change it to like diffial, right? Like a social diff. I don't know. There's options. I think lithium's fine. What are we breaking today? I think we actually fixed it. But I also think I want to set the width a little lower, which means this probably goes down to 14. And the default opacity will actually be like 10. And let's see how we like it. Because I think there's still like value to show that there's something there to resize it. Oh, the padding's getting me. Yeah, so now I got to fine tune the placement. All right, and then I think we can go back to something like, let's say 8. And we'll figure out what the exact placement for that will be. Okay, so now it's the exact value of the width, which is perfect. I was wondering why that wasn't actually the same value. And now, makes total sense. Oh, so that's an extension I made. It's called HTML Biscuits. And we're at 11,000 installs. Yeah. So basically, it doesn't work great if the class is dynamic. But if we do this, then we see like the class that is kind of like defining it. So it's called a biscuit because it's like a breadcrumb, but it's bigger and chunkier. But it helps you like navigate div soup. So if we get down here to this div soup right here, we can see which element is which. And if I wanted, I could attach an ID or something to identify it even better. And in fact, let's do that. All right, so we'll call this one toolbar. I think. Oh, no, no, no. I see. This section is toolbar right. Toolbar left. So then if we go look at that div soup again, we see toolbar right and toolbar ending, which cleans it up a bit. We didn't fix this div soup yet, though. So I don't know. It's kind of nice. Ah, this one has a bunch of divs. Yeah. So then this will be preview wrapper. And I don't know. It's fine. I don't think we need to fix it completely. I just wanted to make the example a little better. With Tailwind, it becomes a little less useful, but we can still identify which is which is nice. But yeah, good night there, Pampo. Have a good one. So yeah, let me double check, make sure I didn't miss anything. You really need to build a JetBrains plugin for Twitch so you can watch streams while working. There you go. Don't you just have like a second monitor you could put the streams on? Or are you one of those people that has like just the giant monitor? Ah, okay. That makes sense. You have 3 screens now? Yeah, that sounds nice. Okay, so yeah, we need to get CLSX. You got to stick to one so you don't get distracted. There you go. Let's say capacity 60. I think we're doing 60, right? Yep. If resizing. We just, oh, yeah, we didn't actually spin up the dev server again. Hello. There we go. Oh, whoops. Forgot to import it. Yeah. Samsonite. I was way off. All right, there we go. So now it keeps its hover color when we're dragging. I'm going to say that looks good. If I click copy, something breaks. But what broke? Save a bunch of money on AWS for your local dev environments? Okay. Yeah, nice numbers. That seems cool. You're talking about like for local dev environment stuff? Yeah, so when I'm doing my backend stuff, I'm using Architect and it spins up like its own AWS Lambda kind of like thing locally, as well as Dino Light for the Dynamo stuff. And it has a whole bunch of other shims as well. So is it like similar to that where you're trying to be as much of a mock of the AWS environment as possible? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, local stack has most of that mocked. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, okay, so I just broke something now, and I don't know what I broke. We used to actually generate that GIF just fine. Huh. Oh, hold on. I think I might know. So yeah, this should actually be working. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's because I commented out the thing that does the toggling. Ah, and I set is looping there. Right, so is looping was no longer doing the element set. Ooh, and that gets a little wonky. Okay, so that does look a bit right. You know, if you set the width, you're not going to get the full thing. We set it to the full width. Now, why is it setting that width incorrectly there? Okay, like what we're doing there. So I'm just appending it to the page right now rather than like doing the download or any of that. We're going to need to extract that to a function here eventually, but we don't have to do it right now. I'd like to figure out why that width is changing. It's the overflow scroll. So instead, I want overflow hidden. When do I play guitar here? Whenever someone spends, what is it, 100,000 channel points? It is quite a bit, but honestly, I stream a lot. You can get to 100,000 pretty quick. There we go. Okay, so that fixed the resize issue there. If I go to settings, we've got padding top that we can change. Okay, so we'll want to think about things that we can make configurable that are also doable over here in Carbon. Ooh, some predictions would be good. Yeah, we'll have to figure out some stuff that we can bet on. I think that'd be good. But yeah, let's look at this. We see that the drop shadow is configurable. I'll need to start taking into account the background color and padding when we start drawing our canvas. That'll change the canvas drawing significantly. We'll want the font size, line height, and line numbers to be configurable. And we're not drawing the line numbers yet. So I think I'll tackle the line numbers. Ooh, you can do the hidden character stuff too. I'm not sure if we can even do that with Shiki. I'll have to go look at that config. So then if we look at what's configurable here in the settings, it's only a couple things right now, but it's going to become quite a few really quick. So is the drop-down menu actually what I'm looking for? Oh, so we could do it with submenus. Yeah, I like that. Yes, we'll do it with submenus. All right, so real quick, I'm going to use the restroom, and I need to get some chicken thawing if I want to actually eat some tacos tonight. So let me go throw some chicken into a bag and then get it into some cold water in the fridge. And I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Toasty! And yeah, we'll build out that menu to make it easier to use. Oh, I'm not eating yet, but I will be eating tonight. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing street style chicken tacos tonight, and I haven't done them for a couple months. Not since I had a different wok. Basically, that wok I had like a non-stick something on it that was like starting to flake. And that stuff's really not good for you. So yeah, I had to get a new wok, and then the new wok wasn't really seasoned enough for the chicken yet, but it should be now. And yeah, I like the way I do chicken tacos. All right, so let's look at how they do this, right? We got the trigger. Ooh, there's even a way to do the icon. Oh, that's fun. That's just from some icon library. Yeah, so drop down menu portal. Drop down menu sub. And yeah, how you doing, Zerk? You like it? Thank you. All right, so we get the sub there. That value ends up being the sub trigger. And do the content around that. And then okay, so for solid, right? Like some icon library, is that actually a value? No. All right, so then let's go look at this. Does iconify. I just pick any one of them. We don't see a solid one. Damn. Solid icons? Ah, okay. Yep, so this one looks pretty good. Yarn add solid icons then. And yeah, I feel like the mustache has grown in much thicker than it did last time I tried it. Like, what was it? 2? Maybe 3 years ago? This part sucks. This part sucks. It'll be a long time before these grow in thick. But yeah, the mustache, not bad. I think the little bit of gray, like the gray hair that I have that grows out of the mole back there, makes me look more distinguished, right? I don't know. I'm BSing. All right, so we do want to pick just some random icon set. I say we just use Tabler. Let me get another album going. Let's see if this is any good. New album time? Nope. That was quick. Sorry, that was just so fast. Nope. All right. Oh, let's try another. Oh, that was great. Um, does Thomas Barandon have anything new? Three songs. Three songs. I want like a longer album. Nope. All right. Sure, we'll just play this one. It's a good album. I'm using Super Maven for auto completion, and that's about it. I'm not paying for it at the moment. I'm just using the free tier. And it's really good. If I had a faster machine, I'd probably be trying to use pair, just because those guys are cool. But yeah, like the local LLM for pair runs really slow on my machine. I'm just waiting for Apple to release the new Mac Minis, and then I'll be good to go. Like, yeah, God, it'll happen so soon. Aw, thanks for the shout out, Luna. Jindrak, hey, thank you for the raid. And that was you just now that asked about the AI extension, huh? Well, yeah, thanks for the raid. What are you up to? Thank you. And yeah, Luna. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, like having someone working in the background, it's nice. I like that stuff. Like, yeah, it's like a podcast almost, you know? And yeah, just like, you know, someone else motivating themselves through it kind of keeps you focused instead of just like hopping off to Reddit or Twitter or something. Like, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Exactly. Yes. Pair programming for the introvert. Exactly. No, wait. What did I just break? I thought I fixed it. Oh, I didn't reboot. Bam. There we go. A little interesting that their docs encourage the class stuff. Eh, it'll be fine. Any minute now. And yeah, Robotic Head, thank you for that sub, dude. Appreciate you. But Jindrak, what were you streaming? Oh, that is a good emote, for sure. All right, so I broke something majorly with this. Okay, so that icon happens automatically, so I don't have to worry about that part. Nice. Oh, I got it, Jindrak. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so I don't care about that separator anymore. So even for the sub stuff, I need a portal around it. Got it. Nice. Okay, yeah, that works for me. Um, so hold on. TB settings? What's up, Devpara? How you doing? Yeah, so just TB settings is what we're looking for there. I'm doing well. Yeah, having fun just building this out. This is like the extra fun part because you see so much like change so quickly. I want to do one more thing real quick. I want to get this input rounded. I think we can do that, right? Should make it look just a little bit better. I could do rounded full. That could actually be kind of cool. Yeah, let's look at this. Like, what can we do to style the color input better? Oh, yeah, we just have to hack it and do the appearance none. Eh, we can do that later. No, I think we could just do it with an appearance none rather than display none. Ooh. No, looks like you're right. Yeah, we might have to hack it. Nah, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, looks like we'd have to do just the fake input element. That gets really annoying. Which means it's extra annoying that we don't have a color input here in solid UI. Hmm. How do I do what? Like looking at my DOM tree and on the dev console and tell what is going wrong? Same way you get to Carnegie Hall. Practice. All right, so that should make that icon a bit bigger. God, I really wish the hot module reloading was better. It's probably something I'm breaking, but all right, at least that looks a bit better. We could probably even make it just slightly bigger. Sure. Because I don't have to waste all of that time here. Create another one of these. All right, so we have the layout thing. Yeah. We'll get to it eventually. Well, that's not good there, Cheffy. What do you mean by hacked? No, and I get it, DevPara. We'll get to it here in a bit. Yeah, the appearance none didn't seem to work for me, which I found interesting, but there might be something I could do there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's not terribly important right now. And yeah, like pasting code snippets in chat rarely works. Right? Because Twitch mangles the formatting so much. All right, so we did layout up there. This is going to be shadow. And we need to create those configurable values. And at some point, we may extract all this out into like reusable components, or at least just like extract it to a component to make this giant page a little easier to reason about. We don't need to do that right now. So this is going to be shadow distance. And shadow blur. Sure. Let me look at what they're doing on Carbon right now. Yes, exactly there, Jindrak. Yep, that's a good point. Very similar. But not quite the same as well, which can be a little tricky. Okay, so shadow offset Y is actually what we're looking at. We'll say shadow enable. And instead of shadow distance, we'll say just shadow offset. Offset Y. Just keep it consistent. Shadow blur we'll keep as is. Yeah, that auto completion actually did pretty good. Using use state a lot in React, I wouldn't say it's necessarily as bad as people make it out to be. It does hint that maybe you could extract some state into some kind of other component, etc. But it really depends on what you're doing. A lot of people would say move it into a reducer. I actually push back on that because the moment you have it in a reducer, you actually harm your ability to extract it out to a separate component. So instead, once you see too many use states, that's when you should be considering if you need to be pulling some logic out to another component rather than pulling it out into a use reducer. That's my personal opinion, but your mileage may vary. I find use reducer to often be a premature abstraction. Oh, here it thinks it should be a slider, though. It is not a slider. And I'll point out, Jindrak, I'm not even really like an expert with Solid. I'm just building this for the hackathon that's going on right now, because I figured I've wanted to build this project for a while, and building it in Solid versus React is basically the same. You know, you get good enough with a couple frameworks, and learning a new one shouldn't be that difficult. Of course, there will be quirks like not being able to destructure your props, which is really annoying actually in Solid, but other than that, tomato, tomato. All right, so checkbox here. I need to add the checkbox. We'll see. Again, like I've wanted to build this for a long time. So whether it wins anything or not, I've just kind of wanted this project to exist so I can share my own like diffs to social media in some way. So worst case scenario, I have a tool that I want to use when I'm done with it. Best case scenario, I make some money doing it. And yeah, even like as part of the hackathon, there's also like proposing like a library or whatever. And the fact that Shiki Magic Move added our solid renderer, right? Like that didn't exist. So we were able to contribute to open source during the process anyway. Aunt Fu is really quick on getting stuff merged in, which was awesome. This didn't exist just a couple weeks ago. Like the solid renderer. Shiki Magic Move did, but yeah. It was just Vue, React, and Svelte. A little curious about this part. Ooh, hold on. Is checkbox item a thing? Oh. I wonder if these things are as composable as I'm hoping. No, I'm solo. Um, so here's the thing though, Jindrak, right? What one developer can do in 1 month, two developers can do in 2 months. Adding people to a project doesn't actually speed things up. That's the mythical man month. 9 women can't make a baby in 1 month. Yeah, there's definitely like a there's a Brooks law. Adding manpower to a late software project makes it later. Um, I mean, I'll go look at it, Cheffy. Thanks for the sub. So what's your question about that, Cheffy? It just starts Chrome with a bunch of extra stuff set up. But so far as I can tell, I don't see anything in there that would cause you any major issues. The field trial handle thing seems a little interesting. I would say start just Googling what each one of those options are. And here, I'll show it to the rest of chat. But yeah, this is really not what we do here on stream. So all this is doing is you're starting up Chrome. The type is renderer. And there's a bunch of options that get set. Now, I'm not sure what this option does. That's the only one that I would think might do something, but I don't think that's really doing anything. The fact that it's just Chrome and I don't see it targeting a specific file or something, I don't know. You know what you might be able to do? Paste it into something like ChatGPT and ask it. Right? So paste it into Claude and ask it, like, is there anything malicious about this? And what did it say? Yeah, sorry. Like I'm trying to build something right now, so it's a little trickier. And yeah, thank you for the sub. I do appreciate it. But I would say, yeah, like what did ChatGPT actually say? Which ones of those things do you think were actually unsafe? And there may also be some subreddit you can ask on that might help. Like I don't know specifically which subreddit. Hold on, let me check something. Okay, cool. We're good. Okay, cool. Um, so yeah, checkbox item here. When we see what they're doing with it, yeah, we can do something like that. Shadow enabled. Not gonna auto-complete that, Super Maven? Come on, you know you wanna. All right, and then let's go look at icons. TB check probably works. Let's see how that ends up looking. Actually had people say that, and probably more so when I have the mustache, right? People also end up saying I look like Edward Furlong, but if you say I look like modern day Edward Furlong, then we're going to have an issue. And yeah, what's up, X Factor? How you doing? I forgot to actually spin up the app again. And what's up, Marrera? I assume you're saying like Norman Reedus from Walking Dead, right? Because he doesn't always have the mustache. What's up, Deja Vu? How you doing? So this does actually become kind of the annoying part because all right, well, number one, this goes first. Oh, and instead of menu item there, I think I want to do that. I'm thinking we probably want to try preventing default here. Damn. All right, so we don't get the event there. I prevent the default there, though. Does that prevent the box from hiding? Oh. me look at their stuff while it reboots. Oh, we don't see an example of it? Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, interesting. So they do the check beforehand. Huh. Interesting. I know flex row is default. I just like being explicit with it. I feel like P2 might be too much. And the font size is definitely too much. Text. And show history is definitely wrong. Oops. Oh. All right, so show shadow. All right, so we'll do the show there. What? Oh, and TB checkbox isn't what I want anyway. Damn. Hmm. Yeah, I think I still want to go with just the standard checkbox here. That way we get that styling. All right, so we do that. How are they doing this part? Okay. So yeah, they're just doing like the ID and the label stuff. So drop down menu item. Say show shadow. And yeah, for this one, this is ID. Or let's just say shadow checkbox. All right, let's see how that ends up looking. And you know what I could do? We can set this to output. And that way I don't have to keep toggling back. There we go. Hold on. So I just brought it in from the wrong place. Interesting. That label is... Right, for shadow checkbox, ID, shadow checkbox. Hmm. Ooh. I think we do want to stop propagation. Hmm. So if we go back to drop-down menu, and yeah, let's keep this going with some more music. And I hate that we have to go here for all of this documentation. And we can just do close on select. Perfect. All right. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we want to take those values and put them somewhere. All right, we got layout, shadow. What I want to do also is when this menu gets toggled open, so I want it to stop animating or looping while this is open. Perfect. Okay. I would say that's a bit questionable and only legal if you're doing it on a network you own and control. So I'll just say right now, like, yeah, please don't talk about anything illegal. Uh huh. Whatever you say. All right. So now we need to get the styling going for the element that we are rendering. And oh, You know, I started building out the shadow before I realized I have no idea how I'm going to render the shadow. Oh, we can draw a shadow in Canvas. Okay. I don't think I've ever tried to do that. But looks doable. So yeah, let's get back to it then. As far as configuring that shadow on the element, that would be this div right here. We'll do box shadow. Wow, let's see if Super Maven just nailed it on that one. Slightly, but not quite. Those corners were not rendering rounded. And now they are. All right, so we animate it back. Interesting. Cool. All right. So how do we prevent the shadow from escaping the container? Okay, so then, yeah. Ooh, man, Super Maven nailed it with this auto completion right here. Nailed it. Oof, good job. Cool. Okay, so what all else do we want configurable? And the offset should probably not go any further than the amount of Y padding. Yeah, you're right. Overflow hidden might do that. Yeah, good call. Let me just do this real quick. Um, we'll see if that works. It doesn't. CSS prevent shadow from escaping container. Oh, we want to do it on the parent, though. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it was overflow hidden. I was doing it on the wrong element. Good call. Perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks, Derp Sauce. All right, so I do need to use the restroom. I also need to go flip the chicken in the water that it's defrosting in real quick. So give me just 30 seconds to a minute. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. You know, I think I can have a beverage. I think we can have a whiskey. And yeah, I'm really happy with the progress we're making on this. This is nice. Some of our default values will probably have to change. I'm thinking maybe we even try and change the shadow color. And hey, what's up, Khalid? How you doing? We got Khalid over on the YouTube right now. Whoa, what did I just do there? I accidentally opened Edge. Just accidentally clicking. All right, we're good to go now. There we go. That's better. And all right. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Luna mentioned that they got their sessions and auth working, which is awesome. A while back, but you know. Auth is always a fun thing to work on. We're going to have to do it for this project at some point. All right, we got a login sign up that doesn't actually do anything. I love it. It's getting like nice and chilly. It's not quite like cold out yet, but it's a good like chilly here in Washington. Like what temperature is it right now? $59 degrees. That is perfect. Oh, it's so good. All right, if it's not going to be snowing, it should be right around 60. Okay, so I think shadow color would make sense. And yeah, I might even want to move the background color into our settings. Kind of like that idea. Yeah, if we move background color into settings, right, we'll have to create just like a color drop-down item. We may actually want to create like a checkbox drop-down item at some point too. We're going to play rule of threes first. So we don't actually extract a component until we are at like 3 elements or technically 4, right? Like on the 4th. So yeah, I don't know if y'all have a similar rule for abstractions, but I typically don't try to extract a component until I've done it. It's either the third time or it's technically like the third time it's being pasted. So it's either third instance or third paste, meaning like fourth instance. Do you guys have any similar rules? What do you use to determine if an abstraction is needed? Yeah, and I like keeping it fuzzy, right? Like on the third or fourth, right? That way you can still like use your judgment to decide. It's not like a hard and fast rule. There are times where like I know for a fact I'll be using it more than three or four and then I extract it sooner. But you got to be really careful about defining an abstraction or a component too early because it can cause you to be stuck in that abstraction. So premature abstraction is premature optimization for the dev process rather than optimization for the runtime process. Honestly, that's okay. Like, you don't need the preface. I appreciate the compliment. I will say it can get a bit much sometimes, but I'll accept that one. I know a lot of other streamers, not necessarily men most of the time, really just don't allow comments on their appearance, but I appreciate it. That was a nice one. Thank you. I don't think you needed the preface though. You can say someone looks handsome without it implying anything. You know that, right? But I do appreciate that. Yeah, I don't normally have a mustache. So yeah. Yeah, it's nice to try every once in a while. My dad had one my entire youth. He doesn't these days though, which is interesting. But yeah, like all the way up until I want to say like 15 or 16, he always had a mustache. It worked better for him because like he had the mustache and he also had like curly hair that he would also get permed. So he had this like just half row where like, the hairline receded just like mine does, but he had this like thick curly hair. So he was very much like the way my older sister describes him is he looked like George Jefferson, but white. He even wore the same suits, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I got my mom's hair, so yeah, pretty much nobody on her side of the family can actually grow facial hair. It's kind of a bummer. Like, I wasn't able to even get this going, and it's taken me like 2 or 3 months to do it, right? I've only since been able to do it for the past few years, and I'm 40 now. So, yeah, it's nice to give it a shot. But okay. I like the idea. I think I am going to consolidate the background color into the settings widget. I think I also want to abstract the like animation into the settings widget. Right? Like with it toggling back and forth. What that ends up meaning is that to get the on animation start hook, we have to animate. I might be able to do it with a hidden widget as well. So I can at least get the elements that we need to use to create the canvas stuff. We could get that behind the scenes without this having to like do the loop. I think for MVP, we could just have the loop stay. That does simplify a lot of what we're doing. But I still want to move background color in. Yeah. All right, so let's do that. Um, so yeah, I may employ a different rule of threes for the background color config, right? And that rule of threes would actually be the third or fourth time that I need to like edit both components. All right, so I'm gonna have two instances of the color config drop down item. And we'll only extract it out into a component when I've had to modify both of them multiple times. So if I nail it on the first one and then I just copy and paste and change the values that get changed, and we're done, then we don't need to abstract it. I think that's the way I'm going to do that. All right, so the first item in our dropdown, though, is going to be this dropdown item here. Oh, and it does go in there. And this could actually end up being something like a 160. All right, and then here we do drop down menu item. All right, so we'll do background. Grab that. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. All right, so then ID, this is BG color input. Boom. Good job, Auto Maven, or Super Maven. Here, this is then going to be, nope, not that. That looks right. Okay, so we need to set an explicit height on that. All right, this album's about to end. Let's get another. There's no way to set selectable. Ooh, and here's what I want to do. This whole drop-down menu, we pull out and we put on that side. And instead of just the settings cog, we do that. Let me double check their button implementation. There might be an easier way to do the icon on it. Nope. So we're just going to have to style it ourselves. It was auto-completing and then it wasn't. Awesome. Now I think the height could be a little bit smaller. And hey, impatience is a virtue. Are you watching right now? How you doing? All right, let's see if that styling looks a bit better. Okay, I think I'll count that. That looks good to me. The size looks a little off to me, though. You really like this concept? What, like the concept of like the app that I'm building, right? Like the shareable diff kind of thing? Yeah, I do too. Like I've wanted to make it for a while now. It was actually something that I had like sitting on the back burner waiting for Time Enjoyed to start her hackathon. That hackathon or code jam or whatever is on hold indefinitely. So I found some other excuse to do it. And also, I didn't want to get too deep into my stuff on Walter again. I really do need to launch Walter here soon. I think in my head, I've already like simplified the business aspect of it to a degree that we should be able to get it launched real soon. Because I'm not going to tie into Stripe or payment providers whatsoever. I think instead, the abstraction can just be quota management and visualization and, you know, like a dashboard for that stuff. But I didn't want to get too deep into Walter while I'm like having to travel so much over the next like month and a half. Because I'm going to be gone for like 4 or 5 days at the office in November. I'm going to be gone for 4 or 5 days for GitHub Universe. I'm going to be gone for 4 or 5 days at the end of November for JS Nation and React Summit. So yeah, I didn't want to interrupt myself too much. But really, I do need to get Walter launched sooner rather than later. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. We got the background thing in there pretty nicely. The class, I guess this is font normal. And then as far as this drop-down menu item goes, we're going to copy and paste that snippet. And we're going to get that going, I think, just below the checkbox for the shadow. But we also need to create the state for shadow color. And yeah, we do have a lot of state in here. at some point, we could extract out the entire like settings widget. At which point, like, the settings widget may get into its own like reducer, like, you know, create reducer, whatever. I don't even know if they have that in Solid. I think it might just be a signal still. Technically, it might just be a store. Yeah, so a signal is for a discrete value. A store is for objects. So yeah, at some point, when we want to maybe improve this application, we would probably extract the settings like button, or at least like the menu for it, into its own component, and that would have a store that we just spit out when anything changes. That could end up being okay. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. But okay, so space shadow color. Yep. And I think we can just say color, because it's implied, because we're within the shadow config. And yeah, I'm thinking we may want to like set up some time on stream to bring on one of the people from Digma to help us walk through configuring my keyboard, right? They can like evaluate my setup and see if there's some things they could see as like improving our config. I think that'd be cool. We'll probably save that for December, but I might try and reach out to him. A bot says what? All right, so where are we setting the shadow value? Oop. Yeah, NLabs, are you a bot? All right, let's do one more beverage. Limit myself to 2 today. Just like I did yesterday, actually. Man, I'm actually like really looking forward to more Pal World with Acorn, Algo, and Robotic Ed next week on Saturday. I'm really enjoying that. Like, man, don't let the purists out there make you feel bad for making the game more fun by like cranking up the values. Right? So allow yourself to just level up super quick. You know, are you going to want to play that game for the next 3 months? No? Then just, yeah, crank that experience way up. Make eggs hatch immediately. Like all that stuff, it makes the game more fun. Less of a grind, you know? If they don't come out with Arc 2 anytime soon, I might just try and do the same thing for Arc 1. The problem with that, though, is Arc 1 is a 350 gigabyte download. To, like, do modding. I think it can be less if you're just playing. But if you're modding, you need every single expansion. Which sucks. Now, hold on. Insomnia, you are being really annoying. Gone. But yeah, I'm curious. Oh, hold on. I was going to say, anyone have opinions on kind of how I have my keyboard configured? We'll update later. Ooh, there's even a firmware update to do, huh? Oh, I'm not going beta. No, I'm definitely not going beta. Oh, I definitely shouldn't do any firmware stuff because I am plugged into a USB switch as well. But yeah, I think their app for configuring this thing is really well done, actually. Right? You can configure the color of the LEDs. You can configure, right? The fact that this is escape if I click it, but if I hold it, it's control. I love that functionality. Right? I can do the layer to like get to my arrow keys, which is what this is doing. Oh, I thought that was going to help me edit the layer. Discard changes. I don't want to change nothing. Here it is. Right? So then, boom. I actually want to turn that off because that has gotten me a couple times. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to call that good. Save changes. And yeah, I don't know if the company that sponsored this keyboard is getting the value they expected out of the sponsorship, but I really do appreciate a free, really nice keyboard. I wasn't expecting how much I would like this, personally. I thought I was going to be really on the fence about the columnar layout and all that. I barely even notice it. I do find myself doing a bit of like the micro adjustments towards some keys though. So I got to really like fine tune that still. Like I'm building up some bad habits that way. I think the biggest thing that gets me right now is where like the bracket keys are. Wait, did I not update that? Hold on. It's Digma. There you go. So I have the Digma Defy. And yeah, if you use my link, I'll get a commission, but honestly, I don't care if you use a commission. Like, if you use my code or whatever, you, like, sure, go for it if you want. I wish I could offer you guys a discount. That would be really cool. I'd love to do just like, I'll bring the dude here on stream. That way he at least sees that value. And then maybe we'll see if I can like, if I can do like a once a week giveaway of a coupon code. Right? Like a one-time use code. That would be kind of cool, right? Because I asked them if I could turn the commission into a discount, and they mentioned that like they've tried it before, and the moment there's like a persistent discount out there, it just ends up being something that lands on some like discount webpage like directory, and that means every keyboard they sell has that discount. So instead, if we could do like one-time use codes, maybe not every week, maybe once a month, I think that would be cool. Because I am not concerned about the commission. The keyboard is enough for me. If I could pass any kind of savings on to you guys, that'd be way better. But I really like the tenting is like... Last time I had a split keyboard, I was doing tenting myself by just putting something between the two sides that they like propped up on. This is like massively configurable. Like these things right here have like all sorts of ways you can configure like the depth. Like you could have it be way up there, you know? And there's even like this other one. Oh, no, never mind. No, that's just like a pad for like doing that. Right? But like, actually, I don't know the difference between these. Oh, there's a separate one? Oh, so if I were to do this, then yeah, you could get the tenting like vertical. Right? Like your key could be like that. I'm not sure how well that would work, but yeah, you can get like 35 degrees. Like you can get the tenting like really crazy. I've only got it at 15 myself. I may decide to do it a bit more. But yeah, the tenting being that configurable is... That's my favorite part so far, actually. I don't even use it in wireless mode, even though they gave me a wireless version. I should give that a shot at some point. Just to see how it works. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. More than I expected to. Again, I got it free, so I'm biased. You're going to start sending invoices for £1 million? Oh, you're talking about like that one dude who got arrested for just sending random invoices to like Facebook and Google, etc. And he ended up getting like 1.5 million pounds or whatever. Thumbs touching the thumb clusters? Well, I mean, the whole point is that you basically like leave your thumb on the thumb cluster. What do you mean by touching, I guess? And yeah, so N Labs, technically that guy's going to jail. I wouldn't recommend it. Don't break any laws. Or at least don't talk about doing it here. And what's the worst that could happen? You could end up in jail for a long time. It is, though. I really don't want to discuss it any further there, N Labs. Whether you do it or don't, I'm not trying to convince you not to or whatever. I don't want to chat about it here. This is not a good subject for stream. Oh, so Fallen, I guess the thing is, like, in the thumb cluster, there's one of the keys that has, like, the little, like, notch. You know, it's similar to how, like, the F and J keys on most of your keyboards have something that differentiate them. There's, like, one of those on the thumb cluster, too, and your thumb typically actually just sits there while you're typing anyway. And hey, what's up, Ash? How you doing? So, honestly, I think you're going to be okay with it. Yeah, your thumb just sits on that cluster no matter what. And it's the same way your thumb sits on the spacebar normally when you're typing on another keyboard, right? That's why I set those two, like, notched keys on the thumb cluster as my spacebar keys. So then it's just the same thing as if I was typing on another keyboard. I'm just hitting spacebar. If I want to do something extra, well, then yeah, I move over to that key. But yeah, not trying to convince you. There's a lot of good keyboards out there. I think at the end of the day, you guys trust me because I'm not trying to just like grift you, even though my name lends itself towards grifting. CM grifting, right? Had two people use that against me from a tweet just within the past day. They used it in a context where I wasn't making any money, though. So that was really questionable. I don't think they understand what the word grifting actually means. So obviously, I used the gif of Inigo Montoya from Princess Bride saying, "This word, you keep using it. I don't think it means what you think it means." Sorry for the burp. Had to happen. All right, so we're good. Getting a chroma key K2, and that's what you use still? Yeah, I mean, I've even got one nearby. I like custom keyboards. I also like ones that just come out of the box with really nice features. So this one right here, I really enjoyed. Like, look at that color scheme, right? It's like a Commodore 64 color scheme. I forget what these switches even do, but the keycaps are amazing. They're like actually some of my favorite keycaps. These caps are very like, they got like the spherical to them and all that. Like, yeah, this is an awesome keyboard. So yeah, this is the 8-bit dough that I think is quite nice. Yeah, it's really like pretty and nice looking. And it's not even that expensive either. Hold on. I got another one somewhere. I have a Nintendo version. Hold up. Yeah, I bought two of them at once because they were such a good deal. There's also a Nintendo version, right? So like, look at that color scheme. It's still in like the plastic wrap and everything. Who knows? I might just give it away as a, as like a contest or something. The even better part, I don't know if they show it here. Yeah, it comes with a little like 2-button like mini pad with like large buttons, and it doesn't show it here, but it comes with a mini joystick. I can show you both of those too. Yeah, so here you go. Comes with like a little mini joystick like this for your arrow keys or whatever. And it comes with like a giant like 2-button like, right? I don't know what I would wire these up for, but sometimes you just want to do like bam, enter. Or something, right? Like, yeah, make it big. So yeah, I don't know. I really like those 8-bit dough keyboards, and they're not very expensive. They make all sorts of stuff too. But yeah, like there it is, right? You see the keyboard, you see the joystick. One for desktop view, one for on-off screen. Sure, yeah. No, they make all sorts of like really cool stuff. And yeah, I assume. Oh, you can even get just the keycaps? Oh, that's even better. You can just get the keycaps for $50 too. Right? If you want like the Nintendo version. But yeah, you can get one of these keyboards for like $80. Like, that's really not bad. Might even be cheaper on Amazon. I don't know. So yeah, there's the C64 edition, the Nintendo edition, the Famicom edition, and I don't know what the M edition is. Is this like an old school Mac style edition? It looks like it to me because the caps lock key is like the old school Mac. Yeah, yeah. So this is like the old school Mac version. So I don't know. It's like, it's kind of fun. Yeah, the keys. Exactly. Yeah. I'm not going to shill just the thing that I'm using. Like, I love keyboards. Y'all have seen my stash of keyboards, right? Like the ones I keep in a case. Keyboards were one of the first things I went way too deep on when I finally got a dev job. I also went really deep on headphones. Like, I got 5 or 6 pairs of really nice headphones. I have some amplifiers as well that I've never plugged in. Because, man, does anyone here remember when Mass Drop was still like Mass Drop, not drop.com? When keycap sets were like harder to find? We're talking like 2016, 2017. Now keyboards are like a big business. They used to be a niche. And yeah, I got way too deep into them because of massdrop.com. So much so I had to start sending massdrop emails to another folder because they would convince me to buy stuff on a regular basis. Well, of course I'd love to buy this thing that I'll barely ever use. The golden age of massdrop. All right, so let's continue with what we're doing here. We got the settings thing here. Right? We can click it. We got the background color. We got the shadow color. I'm going to let that... Oh. So hold up. This is actually a problem because our shadow color here is incorrect. Do I need to add a prop for allowing alpha? Oh. Colors with an alpha channel are not supported. Hmm. All right, so I have to actually opt for a library. Oh, like the IBM Model M. Good catch. That's a good call. Yeah, you're right. Because that's what the caps lock key looked like. You're totally right. Good call. Yep. Yeah, we zoom in and see it. Yes. Standard error. How do you fit through doors with a brain that big? You gotta like angle it funny or something? Double doors. Okay. Getting fitted for hats must be a nightmare. Hold on. There was an image someone posted at one point in response to this. Head big wheelbarrow images. Oh, basically this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is how you get around, isn't it? That's totally how you get around, isn't it? I'm in this photo and I kind of like it. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. All right, so I need to bring in solid color here. And the Twitter color picker, nope. I think I like the sketch one. I don't think it actually solves our problem. Damn it. Oof. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Well, I'll give it a star. All right, we'll add it in. Why not? Let me get more music going. Okay, so we haven't heard this album in a while. All right, their docs are not amazing. Oh, I keep doing that part. Yeah, we need to be able to do opacity. I don't want to extract opacity into a separate input. Dude, I hate this component so much. Thanks, I hate it. Dude. The HTML committee was so short-sighted with this. Hold up. That is a really good name. SV Jesus. That is really solid. That's a good name. I'm into it. All right, let's go all the way down to the bottom. Is there any resolution? I use all sorts of languages. The language I use depends on the problem I am solving. And Khalid, it's 2 a.m. in your country and you're still watching me coding? You're watching me get frustrated with the HTML Standards Committee because they didn't have the foresight to add alpha to their color input. I don't know, NLabs. Sounds like something for Google, dude. All right, so I don't think popover is what we want. I've heard of it, sure. I don't think drop-down menu is what we want. Context menu is definitely not what we want. I need a color picker that works. Right? So this color that we can pick here, if we're trying to use the HTML color picker that ships with all browsers, we don't have any way of actually doing opacity, which is kind of a huge problem. NLabs, I don't know, man. Just Google it, dude. Like, NLabs, the fact that your account is so new and you spammed us with something that seemed like something a bot would do with your first message here today, you're on thin ice, man. I also feel like you've followed and unfollowed multiple times. So yeah, like, you seem like a troll, NLabs. Yeah, see, right? I don't want to do this thing that you could easily Google for you, so you're going to leave? Your account was created 9 days ago? really questionable. Okay, there you go. All right, troll. Later. I don't mind being social with people who are actually treating this like a social stream. You are treating this like your own personal Stack Overflow. Yeah, so the ability to adjust opacity. Yeah, like it should be baked in. But if we look at this thread that they have going back to it, they point out that there are likely implementations that expect a discrete value. Yeah, exactly, Fallen. Like, yeah, for sure. We get those kind of trolls all the time. The fact that dude created his account 9 days ago, we can probably expect that they've been banned here before. I also recognize that I've seen them follow here before, and then they refollowed just an hour ago. So it seems like they're definitely just trolling. Okay, thanks, bye. Like, yeah, exactly. That was good. This was their first message of the day before they even followed. They typed that into chat. No explanation, no comment, no response when I asked them what the deal was. That's what they typed into chat for their very first message. So yeah, we don't need them here. Oh, you know what? No, they actually typed a message back on the 11th. Their message in stream was that. Yeah, we don't need them. Right? Like, what the fuck, dude? Nah, you got too many messages already, Tabs. Not even worth the effort. And you've been following since 2022. You have 999 plus messages. I'm going to say you're all right. Okay, USA. Yeah, people are weird, man. I don't get it. Not all people, but a lot of people. Well, it's also been 2 years there, Tobbs, so you've had time. If I were to click Fallen Learns, we'd see the same number. 999 plus. Now, granted, Fallen Learns it's had since 2018 to do that one. Yeah, it's Hobbs. 2 years since 2022. I might have minced my words a bit. That's my bad. But yeah, we're gonna need to figure out how to do this color selector, or we stick with the browser native one and I just create a shadow opacity value. That might be the move. Or we use one of these color libraries. I can find a color picker I like, but they don't actually have the input where it's like the box and you click it and it does like the pop-up. So then I'd have to think about how we do that pop-up. It's not call out. I really don't think it's drop-down menu. Dialogue is like a box that pops up. Like, I don't know. Dialogue doesn't feel right either. We could do popover. I think popover is all we can do. Then I worry about the accessibility of it, though, right? We can look over here at the docs. We can render a pointing arrow. Yeah, I think popover is it. So tobs, they are just the color picker. They are not an input that shows the color picker. So with the native element, we get this little box that we can click that does that popover style thing. Instead, we have to wire up the popover ourselves, which also raises accessibility concerns and all sorts of other stuff. But I think that's maybe the move. I think that's probably what we need to do. But I need to get some food in my belly. I also have a bunch of work to do still, like video editing, and yeah, I got to get stuff going for, like, I got some changes to make to my GitHub Universe talk, and I need to submit those here soon. So yeah, I got stuff to do tonight, so I can't stay too late. If I didn't have anything to like finish up in the meantime, I could go for another 3 hours, no problem. But I kind of want to eat some food too. All right, so the native color picker doesn't support alpha channels, so we need to use a custom one. But we also need to figure out the right way of showing them, which I think is the popover. Oh, is your UI configured to where like you don't see their name? I've seen some people do that with a black name as well, right? Like black as the text color for their name, and when you're in dark mode, it's basically invisible. I think Omni had that one a while back. But yeah, so that is where we're leaving off. That is what we will end up doing on Thursday. And I think the popover is the right element, for sure. Yeah, popover is definitely the right element. But wiring it up is not going to be, well, it might be straightforward, but we don't know until we try it. Ah, there you go, X Factor. So yeah. Nicely played there, standard error. Nicely played. Who should we go rate? Who's streaming right now? Oh, we see El Clonk, who's great. We see a lot of game dev. We rated Nikwan yesterday. We haven't rated Coding with Strangers yet this week, so that works for me. I think we rated El Clonk like just a couple days ago. Could have been Friday. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine. All right, so we're going to go raid Coding with Strangers. I'm going to bid farewell to YouTube, Twitter, and Algora. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day. A lot of good stuff. So YouTube, Twitter, and Algora, have a good rest of your nights.